take your seats. We're going to get started with our program. Thank you so much.
That was quick.
Would please take your seats. We'll begin the program. Thank you and welcome. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dave Powers with Prospect Mortgage. 36 years in mortgage banking, and I'm loving it. You know what else I love? Is being on your board of directors for the Upland Chamber of Commerce. I thank our team, I thank our business community, because together we're a great alliance. I'd like to thank Elise Duran, our violinist. Was she awesome? From our Claremont Symphony Orchestra. Thank you for your wonderful display of music. It sounded great along with our appetizers. Right? Also, I'd like to thank Bob Cable, president of Cable Airport, for providing us with this breathtaking view. Have you seen this picture? Wow. St. Gabriel Valley Mountains with the San Antonio Peak. We thank you to Mark Ferrucci, Gourmet Catering. Thank you for providing us with an awesome catering tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please stand for the invitation? I'd like to welcome up Pastor James Pike from the Grace Lutheran Church, and continue standing because our color guard and Pledge of Allegiance, like Boy Scout Troop 614, will lead right after that.
people of Belgium for the terrorist attack, for those who have died, for those who are wounded, for those who are looking for answers and for peace, we pray. For every place where violence separates neighbors, we pray. We commend this event to you. We commend our city and our state. We thank you for rain, and we ask you to continue blessing our state with rain for the greater of God. And we pray for the city that you might bless it with wisdom, with abundance, and for those who lead it, that they might cast a vision for the future, and where there's division in the city, that there might also be the possibility of reconciliation. So for our time together, for a period of joy, and for a double blessing on wine and beer, we pray. In your name, amen.
Thank you. Okay, will the color guard please take position?
Color guard, attention. Color guard, advance. Those in uniform, please salute by the numbers. Those on the uniform, place your right hand over your heart. 1. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. 2. Color guard, post the colors. Salute by the numbers. 1, 2. Color guard dismissed.
Thank you very much. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for tonight and attending the Upland Chamber 2016 State of the City. Let's get going with our program. You may be seated. Thank you. I'd like to welcome Karen Jeffers, who's going to sing our national anthem.
So you may stand up again. They brought that in time for this, so we'll see what happens. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched was so gallantly streaming, and with rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, did prove through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of
I'd like to thank our sponsors. First, our presenting sponsor, Burtake West Waste Industries, Jimmy Sebastian. Our distinguished sponsor, Cable Airport, Bob Cable. And DoubleTree, Hilton Claremont, Andrew Baby. Our illustrious sponsor, Upland Productivity Solutions, Mr. Eric Hansen. Our dealer's package, Mountain View. I hate when that happens. Mountain View Chevrolet, Joe Ingram. Thank you, Joe. We'd also like to thank our wine sponsor, the historic Galliano Winery and Grant Family Winery. Our beer sponsor, Dale Brothers, and Rock House Brewing, Upland. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce our dignitaries. When I call your name, please stand and wave so we know where you are. Council member Carol Tim will be introducing in just a little bit the city staff in a few moments. We have tonight with us San Bernardino County 4th District Supervisor Kurt Hackman. Representative of Assembly Member Chris Holton's office, Bobby Johnson. San Bernardino County 2nd District, Janice Rutherford. Chief of Staff, Andy Tanaka. Andy Tanaka. Representative, County of San Bernardino, Bob Dutton, Assessor, Recorder. County Clerk, Robbie Rodell. We have the Mayor of Ontario, Paul Leon, and Montclair, Congress Member Bill Rue. Retired Upland Chief of Police and former City Manager, Martin Bovenal. Captain Tony Yoda and the Upland Police Officers Association. Former Mayor of Upland, Richard Anderson. From City College, we have from their governing board, Kathy Berger, Lee McDougall, Katie Roberts, Gloria President DeBoy. Southern California Edison, Bob Stein. Southern California Gas, Christine Scott. Metropolitan Water District, Patty Arlt. Rector of Cucamonga, President Chair, Maribel Brown. CEO of Ontario Chamber, Peggy Haslett. President of Upland Community Foundation, Tom Thomas. And of course, our keynote speaker for this evening, Dr. John Busey. And now, I'd like to introduce Councilwoman Carol Tim. I'm going to read you just a quick bio, please. Educator for 35 years, being awarded Who's Who among American teachers, an Outstanding Teacher Award, now retired. Married to Larry Tim for 40 years in August. They have one daughter, Monique, who lives in Upland. Carol was a high-profile community leader for 26 years, serving as Upland Planning Commissioner, and a chair 16 years, Historic Commissioner, President of Upland Heritage, award woman who makes a difference by the Inland Empire magazine. And now, Upland City Councilwoman, election 2014, Sarah Little.
All right, I am so excited to be here this evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And I have the pleasure and honor of announcing at the special chamber event our VIPs here in the city of Upland. And so tonight I'll be introducing tonight's honored guests from Upland City Hall, and I would like them to come and stand as I introduce them and stay there until the very end. So, first, I would like to introduce one of my fellow council members, a man well known for his expertise in wines and winemaking. He also writes for the LA Times, Councilman Gino Felipe. He's been on the city schools committee, which we work on together, the ad hoc legal subcommittee, and he represents the city council on the Upland Public Library Board. Gino is a 20-year Rotarian and a longtime community volunteer. Please give a hand for Councilman Gino. My next colleague on the Upland City Council is a very special woman in our city. Everybody knows her. They're all dying to see her. She's our local funeral director, council member Debbie Stone. And she served 4.5 years on our city council. She is currently serving on several very important boards regionally: the Inland Empire Utilities Agency and Water Facilities Authority boards, and in our city in the Public Works and Finance committees. She's been a member of Upland Rotary, those of you who are Rotarians, in Upland for 22 years, and she is the past president of Upland Rotary. Councilwoman Debbie Stone. Next, we have another elected position. It's not a council person. It is a person, our Upland City Treasurer, Dan Morgan. Instructor at the University of Laverne, University of Redlands, and University of California at Riverside. And one thing you might know about him, he was a former city councilman in El Monte for 8 years. Let's hear it for Dan. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce another important leader in our city. It is an official appointed position by the city council. This person is in charge of day-to-day operations. He's in charge of all the staff, all the departments. He executes the city budget. He's the main technical advisor for us, we, the city council. I'm very proud to say Rod Butler, Upland City Manager. Other cities, Patterson, California, and Crescent City, California. Rod attended public school. He's a homegrown boy right here in Upland. And then he transitioned to Western Christian High School after he earned a BA in political science from the University of California, Riverside, and a master's of public administration degree from Cal State Long Beach. Give a hand for our city manager, Rod Butler. Upland City Clerk, and you know her as Deputy City Manager, Jeanette Beckman. Years of public service. Glow Team it's called. They've been very successful in dealing with our homeless issues and other community issues. He is married to his wife Timmy for 21 years, and they have 2 boys. I would also like to acknowledge, when I'm talking about the police department, his team, the police officers that bravely serve our city. And I would like to say, Lon T. is president of our POA. All are so happy for our police department and all the things they're doing for us. Another one of our most recent hires is our new fire chief, Chief Paul Sagala. He formerly served as the fire chief of the city. He formerly served for the fire uniform there still. In West Covina, he was the fire chief and the Chino Valley Fire District. And we'd also like to ask our Upland firefighter team if they're here. Are they here? Upland firefighters?
They're on call.
They're on call. I was going to say great things about them, but we'll pretend they're here. We know we have a beach air medical services, and we have collaborated with the Upland Fire Department to open a new base right here at Cable Airport. And since that time, this public-private partnership with REACH provides life-saving 24-hour emergency helicopter service. And that's a great thing. Together, Upland Fire and REACH are an example of successful public-private partnership. Let's give Chief Sagala and his team, they're not here, let's give them a big hand. Well, if you want to get your future development at our city coordinating plan, you better go to this guy. He has just won Upland's Development Services. Local government veteran working for the cities of Quinta and Upland. And Jeff was Upland's redevelopment director for 4 years and is the current Development Services Director since 2011. And I've worked with Jeff over the 16 years. I was on the planning commission and on my time in city council, and I can say he's very knowledgeable and very helpful. Jeff is married to his wife Dawn for 31 years and has 2 children, Eric, 29, and Sarah, 27. Jeff Watt, Development Services Director.
Yes.
Oh, good, Scott Williams. I have just found out who's coming. And Scott is our finance director. Please stand. Scott. Today is 1-year anniversary here with Upland, and we are so happy to have him. He has a master's in business administration, over 15 years of experience, and he's been working in the public and private sector. And he is doing a fabulous job here in the city of Upland. Scott Williams. And next, I have a wonderful woman, a lady that oversees every aspect of our infrastructure. Think, a lady is overseeing our infrastructure. All right, she oversees water, streets, sidewalks, trees, utilities, and countless other parts. Our talented Rosemary Morning Public Works Director. Rosemary has worked as Upland's Public Director for approximately 4 years, and she is a registered civil engineer, a land surveyor, and has more than 25 years experience in municipal engineering. She also has a family here in Upland and is committed to providing high services to the community. Rosemary Morning, Public Works Director. And last but of course not least, I didn't know you were here, but we're so happy to have you here. How long have you served? You can go and give us a few facts. 2 years. 3 years on the planning commission, and I'm sure you did a great job. 42 years. 42 years.
All that you do. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring back up Terry Jeffers from Brighton Hall, Chairman of the Board of Upland. Terry will introduce our Board of Directors.
First of all, I just want to say thank you to the city staff, the council people that are here. You guys have been phenomenal in working with the chamber this year and putting on this event. What a venue. Thank you, Bob Cable, for getting this to us for free. You know, I came into this position kicking and screaming because I own a 24/7 business, and I kept saying, I don't have the time. And they kept saying, well, it's no big deal. I said, okay, I don't own it. What are they doing to me, right? Anyway, it has been an amazing experience, and I'm actually glad I did it. The reason I'm glad I did it, there were two things that I wanted to do in coming on board as the chairman. First thing, I wanted to provide value and business opportunities to our business community. And I really believe that the chamber has done that and will continue to do that going forward. The second thing is I wanted to make sure this chamber, when I left it, was in a profitable place. And I'm proud to say that this chamber is financially viable and doing phenomenal. And it's awesome. I'd like to introduce my board because without these people making tough decisions with me and being a unified front, this could have been a much bigger challenge than it has been. So if you're here, I think I saw most of you, please stand up and stay standing so people can recognize you. And thank you for all your efforts. Eric Hansen, Eric is the chairman. Heather Cotton of Carter County. She's our treasurer. Lord knows she's got it all. Thank you, Heather. Dave Powers, Boston, Oregon. Joe Ingram, Mountain Beach, Chevrolet. else there? We have a little source one money. Stephen Dunn from the airport. Jerry DeMarco at Cardin Arbor Beach School. Ex officio Lorraine Kindred, College Marshall. Now, I know we have a bunch of them out there, but all my ambassadors, please stand up and wave your hand. These guys put countless hours in. They're the backbone of the chamber. And I thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for everything that you do. From dealing with me when I'm a little grouchy. Hey, that's my wife over there. Thank you guys for everything. I'd also like to thank and have her stand up, our Ambassador of the Year, Don Kasich and Mary Kay. Dawn not only puts countless hours in here, if you know Dawn at all, when you give her a task, she goes full bore. She has been instrumental in my fundraiser every year for the Alzheimer's Association. And I can't thank you enough for the countless hours and everything you do for the chamber, for me personally, and our community. Thank you, Dawn. I thank the community for your support, and I'll bring Dave Powers back up.
Alrighty. Right now, I'd like to introduce Bob Cable. Bob, President, Cable Airport, please come up.
I've ordered interviews for like 3 times. So just on behalf of myself and my family, we truly are your community airport. Remember, if we need something, please support the chamber, because without these people, our businesses don't thrive. And without thriving businesses, our city suffers. Love them, support them, let's make our city thrive. Thank you.
Okay. For those of you who don't know, Rod is not a newcomer to the city of Upland. He grew up in Upland and attended local schools. After graduating from Western Christian High School, he earned a Bachelor's of Arts degree in Political Science from UC Riverside and a Master's of Public Administration degree from Cal State Long Beach. Rod has over 25 years experience in the city management profession and has spent most of his career serving the Inland Valley cities. He previously worked for the cities of Claremont, Chino, Ontario, and Pomona. After leaving Pomona in 2008, he served as city manager of Crescent City, California, and then Patterson, California. Although a resident of Alta Loma, Rod has always considered Upland to be his hometown. And he still has family living here. Rod is appreciative of the city council's confidence in his abilities to lead Upland and looks forward to serving Upland for many years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, please, Rod Butler.
Thanks, Dave. I'm going to try this handheld, and if you're having any issues here in the back, way back here, let me know somehow, and I'll try to let me go to the podium line. I want to go off script for just a minute and talk about how important the relationship between city staff and the chamber is. we had an example of that just this past weekend. We had a family, Upland residents, who were victims of something that we don't like to have happen much. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen much, and that is we had a sewer backup that impacted their home and their ability to stay in their home. One of Jeanette's many fun tasks is to deal with situations like that, where people are potentially going to file a claim against the city, something bad like that has happened. And she does a great job of managing those. She did that for many years in the firm. One of the things that we had to do for this family was find them some temporary lodging while the cleanup and damage remediation was done to their house. So over this past weekend, which by the way was NASCAR weekend in Montana, so you can imagine how the hotel is really dropping in value impacted by that. We were really struggling with finding them a place to stay for this limited amount of time that they're going to need to be in temporary lodging. After getting very frustrated, calling a variety of places, Jeanette had one of her many brilliant ideas, and that was to contact a guy that I call Doubletree Dude. Andrew Denke, very active chamber member here. And Andrew came here for us in the clutch, not only with a room, and at that point we were just looking for any available room at a quality hotel, but he also came here at a great rate for us, which saves the taxpayers Upland money. So, Andrew, that's just an example of why we believe in building good relationships between city staff and the chamber, and it pays dividends on both ends. So rather than the kind of typical State of the City presentation night where we try to cover highlights of every department, we're going to try to stick to the theme. Dr. Husing is really the featured keynote speaker, and he's an economist, a regional expert on the Inland Empire economy. So we thought we would kind of focus in what Jeff and I talk about on the city's finances and then economic development projects in Upland, including some residential projects, which are currently either in construction or near construction. I still hear, not really from chamber people because you're all in the know, but I still hear from residents a lot and people who work in other cities. I heard that Upland is bankrupt. Upland is going bankrupt. You guys are in a major financial crisis. What's going on with that? But that word bankruptcy keeps coming up. I can gladly report to you here tonight at Cable Airport on March 22nd that Upland is not bankrupt, has never filed bankruptcy. We actually have some good trends. I'll talk about some challenges that we have as well, but we have some very good trends over the last 2-3 years in our city finances. And I want to just spend the first couple minutes of my presentation talking about that. So the slide that you see should be seen right now. And this is the first time I've used one of these high-tech monitors in front of me here. So actually so blue and red. We're going to be using some simple color bar charts that people like me that weren't finance majors and don't necessarily know all this stuff extremely well. But we had a very good year, fiscal year that ended June 30th, 2015. So the 14-15 fiscal year, we had completed all of our audited financial statements for that year. We reported that to the City Council. They accepted that report. And you'll see there from the slide that we actually had, in that 12-month period, a little over $49 million in revenue against only about $42 million, a little less than $42 million in expenditures. I haven't gone back into that auto research, but my suspicion is that was one of the best years that Upland has ever had in terms of revenues over expenditures in the general fund. There were some specific reasons for that. The reason we're being very careful and cautious still is that there was some one-time revenues. There was a legal settlement that produced some of that revenue that we know is not going to happen every year. So, we're being careful, but that was a very good year, and it really helped us to restore reserves and take some steps that we're really proud that the council has taken to do what you'll see in the next chart, which is restore our general fund balance. You'll see on to the left, from what I can see here, that back in 2009, the general fund balance was a little over $10 million. Obviously, what started to happen in the years after 2009. Cities really started getting impacted by the effects of the economic downturn. And you saw that general fund balance going down significantly
significantly to the point where in 2012 and 13, you know why Stephen Dunn and his team were sounding the alarm, because our general fund balance actually got down below $1 million during both of those fiscal years. That was the audited number. Three things I would say that happened that have allowed us to come back up to where you see on the far right. We have now got back up in the general fund balance to the point where we're a little bit over where we were in 2009, a little over $10 million. We have obviously the economic turnaround, and that's driving sales tax, improved sales tax revenues, and improved property tax revenues. Those are both economically sensitive revenues, and those are by far the bulk of our general fund. So that has helped. Stephen and the council made some really tough decisions in 2011, 12, 13 that reduced the city's expenses. It'll take a long time to explain everything that was involved, but one thing that happened is full-time positions were reduced by about 25%, because we had more than that. So the city's cost structure came down, and that has helped a lot. And then we have had some one-time revenues, the legal settlements that came out of the whole colonies, county flood control district litigation. Again, we don't even have time tonight to get into the details of that. But the city actually did very well in recovering from in a legal case against its insurers, and the council wisely put that money into the general fund reserves and allowed us to restore that general fund reserve to the point where we now are not in as precarious a position as we were as in 2012 and 2013. I would caution that number that looks so good on the right, a little over $10 million. Some of that is designated for specific things. That's not all undesignated general fund reserve. But I think you can see at least the trend is in the right direction. There's a level of stability now that we certainly did not have in 2012 and 2013. We'll take a look at the next slide. This gives you a picture for the last 5 or 6 years of general fund performance, revenues over expenses. Again, for those of you like me that may not be finance experts, you want your blue line to be bigger than kind of oranges. That's how I explain it. And you'll see that in several of those years, up on the left side of the screen, the expenditures were above revenues, revenues were below expenditures. The last couple of years, last couple of fiscal years, we have had the situation we want to be in, where in the general fund, our revenues are over our expenditures, and they were significantly over in the last fiscal year. I'm going to make a bold prediction tonight. We still have about three months and a week in our fiscal year left for this 15-16 fiscal year. My prediction is we will once again be, with another year, 3 years in a row, where general fund revenues will be larger than general fund expenditures. And I'm even going to put a number on it. I'm going to put a range. I'm going to predict that it will be between $1.5 and $3 million revenues over expenditures for this current fiscal year. And it'll help drive that stability, even though we have some challenges. I'll talk about that next week. Next slide shows our major general fund revenue sources. So again, if you look at our general fund, it's about 75% property tax and sales tax. Property tax is still king in Upland right now, but sales tax is growing at a faster percentage clip. And this chart just shows that progress over the last 4 years. Blue bar is sales tax, and orange bronze bar is property tax. And you'll see the trend of increases for those 4 years in both of those categories. And that's the economy coming back partly. It's also, though, on the sales tax side, the fact that we've had some new sales tax generating businesses built in the colonies area. We've had some vacant retail space on the Foothill corridor, the Mountain Avenue corridor that was vacant during downturn. New retailers have come in that's generating new sales tax. So several things going on there. Property tax is just a reflection of Upland continuing to be a desirable place to live. The realtors I talked to tell me that sales are strong. There's not a whole lot of inventory right now, which is an issue. I think Dr. Hughes can talk more about that, so I'm not going to get into the weeds on the real estate market. But it's our most important single general fund revenue source, property tax. Next slide just kind of goes to the pie chart method of showing our general fund. Key thing that I would point out here is what it said, which is our general fund revenues is really heavily driven by sales tax and property tax. property tax again growing a little faster as a percentage, measured by percentage. It's a good thing for us when the economy is going well, but because those are both economically sensitive revenue sources, we have to be really careful that we don't rely on those things always going up forever, because we know that the likelihood is that's not going to be the case. I talked to Scott Williams a lot about, what can we do, what early warning systems can we develop that will help us project that we are slowing down or going into a downturn that will impact either or both of those revenue sources. And the general fund uses, which is a finance person's way of saying expenses or expenditures by category. Main thing here is that it's heavily personnel, and this is true in any city. This particular chart shows that about 69 or 70% personnel versus non-personnel expenses in the general fund, and that's very comparable with other cities throughout California. A lot of numbers on this slide. I just want to point out the highlighted bar, which shows that one of the things that's really helped us in these years where we have done well staying within our budget is efforts by every single department, including our public safety departments, to stay below budget. And that right column shows that for that 14-15 fiscal year, every single department and function area came in below their budgeted amount for that fiscal year, and some were significantly below. So it's been an effort of really working with each of the departments to make sure they understand the importance of budget tracking, budget management, and staying on top of their expenditures. And then again, a lot of numbers on this slide. I will highlight the what I want to focus in on. Our biggest challenge, I mentioned earlier that we're going to really have some continuing challenges in general fund management and sustainability over the long term, is increasing pension costs for our employees, part of the CalPERS system, California Public Employee Retirement System. The City Council, we're very grateful to them, set aside some of that revenue that came in above budget in the 14-15 fiscal year to start setting aside a protected trust for future pension costs that we can use in the future years to deal with some of those increases in the CalPERS pension rates. They allocated $2.5 million from that 14-15 revenue that came in over our expenses. Now that's, the sad thing is that's a small portion of what we're probably going to need to deal with those rate increases over the next 5, 10, 15 years. But it's a significant chunk toward that goal. And it's more than a lot of cities have been able to do so far. So we appreciate the council's willingness to take that recommendation and move forward with it. Hopefully maybe for 15-16 we'll be able to add a little more to it once that year closes. Wanted to get off the finance lecture for just a minute and talk about some of our major accomplishments over the last year. Some of you were following the high drama around our general plan update. That turned out to be a little more crazy and zany than we thought it would be. It was the first comprehensive update of Upland's general plan in like 33 years. I think 1982 was the last year we had gone through that exercise. We got it through, council approved it in September of last year, September of 2015. Whether you realize it or not, I think most of you that maybe are real estate professionals, the development world, you're going to understand the importance of the general plan. Even if you're not in those worlds, having an updated, modern general plan and zoning code is really a huge accomplishment. It's kind of hard to explain in a couple of minutes what it means and why it's so important. It's a big deal. So congratulations to Jeff and his team, including some consultants that we used during the whole process, for getting that through despite a lot of public interest that came in toward the end of the process. The council also approved in the last 6 months some tax sharing agreements for 2 auto dealerships that will be locating along the 210 corridor, north side of the 210. One, of course, is Fort of Upland, which is currently on Foothill Boulevard. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And then C&C Motors, which is a luxury, high-end exotics dealership that actually started here in Upland. They now have locations in Ontario and Costa Mesa. But they very much want to come back to Upland, and the council has approved some incentives to make that happen. We hope very soon. One thing I'm most proud of, and you got to meet all these people earlier, I hired 4 key members of the executive management team. We had 3 people retire and 1 person who left for a promotion opportunity over in West Covina. So Police Chief Ryan Johnson, who you met, started April 20th of last year. Fire Chief Paul Segali is the newest addition, started around Thanksgiving of last year. And then Jeanette started mid-August of last year. And they've all done an excellent job. Scott is our finance manager, and he's celebrating his 1-year anniversary this week. The transition now to some specific commercial projects that we expect to see some significant action on in 2016. We go ahead to the next slide. This one, I don't know how commonly known it is, but we're really excited about it. It looks very good. We're in escrow now. We're probably within a month of closing escrow on a company called the Yadix Company that does shopping center construction and revitalization throughout Southern California. They are in escrow now to purchase what I call the Al Patterson Center. They've got the north side of Philadelphia, east of Euclid. It's where 99 only is, the former Chicks used to be, without going into a lot of, laser tag, some of the other things. Without going into a lot of detail on it, it's a very underutilized center right now. And we're excited because Mr. Patterson decided finally after a long time I think he wants out of the property, he wants to sell it. The Yadix Company is very experienced with quality projects in, like I said, different parts of Southern California. We're not going to be dancing in the streets until escrow closes. A lot of things can happen between now and then. But I can tell you that it's not just city manager wishful thinking type. This company that I'm talking about has multiple letters of interest, a couple of leases signed, both restaurants and retail. There will be some of the buildings, according to their plan, will stay intact. They'll be totally revamped. Some new buildings will be added. A couple of the buildings, the existing buildings will be torn down. So it'll be a complete revamp of that center. And we think it's going to be
This might be it. Okay. But I don't know where it is. He's gonna go back. He may go. Just let him.
A
lot of it is. Let's walk.
There's
about 5 seconds where Dave stopped.
We had some new business openings in 2015, and I know we're going to take this territory because you'll forget someone as we start listening specific names. You can call out names from the crowd if you want.
Okay. All right.
2016, no, 2015, the Colonies Crossings completed their final phase, which would be that northeast portion of the center. 220,000 square feet in that phase. We had down on South Mountain Avenue in the Mountain Green Center. I think it was the first Dunkin' Donuts in the For all of our fine dining fans, we have Portland's. That was the former Denny's down there by the freeway. And it's encouraging because that's kind of revitalized that and some other food tents that come to that center. Mountain Green was really hurting there for a while during the darkest days of the recession, but it has come back with some of these new businesses that have come in. Habit Burgers, well, the Habit Burger fans opened their second location. So they have a Collins location. And they have a location on Mountain Avenue, which has a drive-through. So if you're a Habit addict and you want to use their drive-through, go down on Mountain Avenue, up north of Bank of America. Baker's, another fast food fans. Baker's opened their second location. And one that's down in the College Park Center. So they have one there at the Arts Center for a long time, and the College Park location. Also, in 2015, in that same center, College Park, so we're talking Monta Vista and Arrow Route, we have Poncho's, new Mexican restaurant open, and Nuno's. So some real action on the restaurant front. Restaurants for 2016, we know that California Fish Grill opened up in the Colonies. They are both times at lunch, that it's been, standing room only, at lunch. OG's is close to me. That's the one that we're kind of developing our own little restaurant row there. So you got Chili's, you got California Fish Grill, and soon to be OG's. For downtown, we have Polly's Pizza. Somebody up not quite open yet, but getting close. I think he's a Claremont resident, or he has I'm mixing up the story, or he has a lot of connections to Claremont. Grocery Outlet Bar and Market. You can picture where the Fresh and Easy was on South Mountain Avenue, east side of the street, for a number of years. They didn't have a business at that location, and I guess there are other locations as well. And Grocery Outlet was coming and taking over that location. They opened just within the last 30 to 45 days. We're hearing from sources inside the Grocery Outlet organization that the open source is doing really well so far, is beating the Ontario location. So far. It's beating their projections. So far. And then Sleep Train, going back up to Colonies, a lot of the same row of buildings. Sleep Train Mattress Center. And Sleep Train, I don't think they're so well known in Southern California, but they've been huge in Sacramento and other California areas for a long time. They do all kinds of bedroom furniture. So some additional proposed retail projects for 2016, retail or auto projects. Talked just briefly about Ford Upland, CNC Motors, and then of course I did talk about Fedora and Eagle. So we'll just go. I wanted to make sure that we do not forget Mountain View Federal Land. A lot of talk about Ford Upland over the last year and a half. Mountain View just continues to really kill the sales tax revenue for the city. They're one of the largest generators. You know anything about what's going on in the auto market right now. Trucks and SUVs are really hot. And of course, the Chevrolet line is very hot right now. They're doing great. We also appreciate all the community involvement that Mountain View has. They did not, I promise I'm not being paid to say this, and I didn't ask them to say this, but I know for a fact that they were, if not the largest, one of the largest contributors to our Veterans Monument project, which is one of the best things we've done. Hear us talking a lot about Ford Upland and CNC. Don't forget to share some love with Mountain View. So Ford Upland, we'll talk a little bit about it. They're relocating to the 210 corridor, east of campus, north side of the freeway. They start to really see that north side of the freeway blossom over the next few years. Just some artist renderings of what their new facility will look like. Ford corporate in Detroit is just like they are with all of their dealership locations, and are very involved in this. They're pretty much dictating what the dealership will look like. They have a lot of very high standards. It's going to be a very nice looking facility and much larger than the current facility on Foothill. Okay, CNC Motors, talked about that earlier. Clayton Tom, some of you may know Clayton. Some of you see the Bentleys and the Land Rovers and the Jaguars driving around with the CNC plates. They do high-end vehicles, electric vehicles, not brand new, but slightly used, older, vintage. Very successful business. Again, started in Upland. He has a small facility in Costa Mesa, has a facility in Ontario. The plan is to keep the Ontario facility open, but Upland will be their primary kind of flagship. And this gives you a look at what the building will look like. It's not like a traditional car lot, because the value of the vehicles, the type of business they do, they keep their vehicles inside, most of them. So it's going to have a different look than a traditional auto dealership. Yeah, just go again back to Foothill and you, but we're very excited about that. It gives you a nice aerial shot of what that, I guess the official name is the Upland Village Center. And in escrow, we've got fingers crossed and hoping that will all start to become more visible in 2016. So to wrap up, we are going to have our Adult Services Director, Susan Watt, come up and talk about some residential projects. Jeff has been a city employee for 30 years. He's lived to tell about it.
Thank you. All right. As Rod has described, he's talked about our budget, he's talked about the commercial development in our city, and for the next 3.5 hours, what I'd like to do, just for the next 2.5 hours, what I'd like to do is give you an overview of the residential projects which are in our city of Upland. Projects which are, have been built, those which are will be under construction in the near future, and then wrap up with the projects that I refer to as on the drawing board, or those that will be built hopefully within the next 6 to 12 months. So the next slide shows just a sense of the 3 projects I want to talk about. Those are under construction in all points of the city. In the north part of the city on 19th Street, just west of the Colonies Crossings, is the Meritage project, which consists of 42 high-end homes. They're beautiful. Largest homes on the biggest lots for a price point, high 7s, low to mid 800,000. So if you're looking for a beautiful, large new build, this is the project for you. The second project is in our downtown area. 209 for-sale units by the William Lyon Project, the William Lyon Group. This is the first for-sale development in downtown Upland in more than 30 years. And as Rod said, I can attest to that. What's important about this project is 209 units will bring in about 350 to 400 residents. They'll be shopping at the downtown stores, they'll be going to the downtown restaurants, and they will be getting their hair cut and styled at all of the stores, the salons, and barbershops in downtown Upland. Downtown Upland residents will be the best coiffed in our community. The last project that's under construction is MBK Homes. This is their first development in our city. Welcome to them. A great project on 11th and Central. This project will be, consists of 78 units live work, which means it's a 3-story development. First level is flexible space, so it could be, if you're an architect, it could be your office. The set, or if you're not, it could be your recreation space, or a man cave. The second and third floors are the living quarters in the building. Now, MBK Homes is improving their site even more by adding to the recreation amenities, which are very nice today, adding a pool and a spa to make it even better. So go check out these 2 projects under construction before they sell out. Now, the next 2 projects I want to talk about in our city, if we can get to, yes, thank you very much, are actually the largest. These are master plan communities in the west side of our city. They were approved originally in the early to mid 2000s. And what's important with these 2 projects, the first one is called Sycamore Hills, north side of Baseline, by the 210 freeway, west of Benson. This is a mixed-use project, which means it will consist of for-sale residential units plus a 10-acre retail center. Now, what's important about the 10-acre retail center is that 7.5 acres is in the city of Upland, and 2.5 acres is in an adjoining city to the west, which will remain nameless. The major tenant for the center will be Whole Foods 365. Yes, that building is in the city of Upland. There was a bad urban legend going around that was actually clear enough that it will be in the city of Upland. And as the developers explained to me, the difference in the Whole Foods 365 and the standard Whole Food store is a little smaller footprint. And if you go to the Whole Foods store, you have a selection of approximately 15 types of brie cheese. If you go to the Whole Foods 365, your selection is limited. There's only approximately 10 to choose from. I know, no riding in the streets. It's an excellent tenant. It will really add to value of the neighbors, people who live in this community. The other part of the development that's important, we're going to be building upwards 350 to 400 for-sale units. And these units, the first phase of development is on the east side, about 145 units, tie into what's already there at the North Shadows development. Now, on the next slide, if we may, showing the yellow area, this is the location of Sycamore Hills. That area to the north, undeveloped, it's actually owned by the city, almost 60 acres of land. The developer of Sycamore Hills has been in discussion with our city manager and our city council to see if there's an opportunity to build a city park. Now, as our city manager went through, the budget is very limited. We certainly don't have 20 million, 30 million to spend on a city park. But it would be great one day to have this amenity. So they're talking about an opportunity to do a collaborative partnership between the developer and the city to see if they can deliver the largest park in the city. So stay tuned. We'll have more news on that as it goes through the process. So the next slide. Actually, the next system plan area is Lewis Operating. And it's been a pleasure to work with Lewis companies again. They, as most of you know, when they were known as Lewis Homes, when I was back in kindergarten, they developed most of the residential developments, attractive homes in the northwest part of our city. They're not in the home building business any longer, but they developed incredible master plan communities. And Upland was fortunate enough to have the Harvest at Upland project, which is south side of Foothill, east of Monte Vista. If you drive by today, it really isn't a there. It's just vacant land. But what's in store in the next slide shows that it will be upwards of 318 for-sale residential units. It will have parks, there'll be trails. As the name indicates, they're going to be planting not only beautiful landscaping, but edible landscaping. So we'll have community gardens, fruit trees, and then in the recreation center itself is a commercial kitchen where they'll have cooking classes for residents. What they'll be doing is using the ingredients that are grown on site in the cooking classes, which I think is a great way to build community in an area that doesn't have much today. It used to be part of the county. So we're looking forward, MBK Homes will be the guest builder for the west side of this project, and then we'll determine in the future who will build the east side. The next slide, if I may, describes the last three projects, and then I'll do my public invitation. Three proposed projects in our city, two in the downtown, and then one right around the corner from where we're at tonight. So in the downtown, the first project, which is very different, it's taking a historic packing house that was built in the 1930s and repurposing it so that it can be used again for public space. The building, if you can forward a couple of slides, one more, thank you. This shows you it's located on 8th Street between 4th and 6th Avenues. And the owners of this site are actually the developers. They're very sophisticated. And what they'd like to do is repurpose the packing house and then build 200 market rate apartments. So this is not stack and pack, low income. This is market rate units that they're going to be building. But what they want to do with the packing house is similar to what's been done in the city of Anaheim. And that is, it's called the Anaheim Packing House. If you've been there and get a chance, please go see it. It's a great destination in Anaheim, like those other destinations you've all heard of. But what it is, it's a very viable space and it has dozens of retail tenants and restaurants. So the owners of the center have gone to that location a few times. They want to bring back the best ideas. And so we're going to divide the packing house into three spaces. The left side will be retail and restaurants. The center portion will be what we're calling festival area. So it's the Chamber of Commerce and the other organizations can lease out the center of this building for events. And then the east side ties in more of the apartments. So they'll have leasing offices, they'll have a fitness center, and they're also proposing, because some of the apartments might be a one-bedroom, you may not have room to create a home office. They're creating flexible office space in the packing house as well. So for a low fee every month, you have a full office with all the equipment you need, rather than commuting to your place of business, say, in Los Angeles. So this project is a little bit further than the drawing board. We've been working with Upland Heritage to make sure that ultimately the design of this building is well done. And I'm sure it will be. If you look at the next slide, here's an image of the packing house. They want to move flat car, railroad cars, adjacent to the building on the south. They're going to put fences around it, tables and chairs, and it's a beautiful outdoor patio. In addition, they'll have parking on the basement of this building. And then the apartments around this, you can just see exhibits of it on the east and west side of this image, the right and left side. ground level parking and 2 or 3 levels of apartments above. So this again is going to bring 300, possibly 400 people to the downtown area. Again, the best park community in Upland. The next slide, right around the corner. This is Frontier Communities' next project. The first was very, very successful. Colonies sold out completely. So what we're doing, this is the former Upland tennis club site. North side 15 is defensive.
There's one in
And what's being
between.
proposed
Yeah,
is to develop,
Well, there's
what I said,
this, there should be
39
space. Yeah.
39
Just
single-family
not yet.
homes. Now, the Frontier Group is working very, very hard at communicating with the neighbors to make sure that this infill project, not changing from a recreation purpose, it's been there for years, to more homes, blends in well with the neighborhood. Sometimes neighbors don't like change, so for a very long time, almost a year now, we've worked with the surrounding neighbors to make sure that this will work. And if we can advance to the next slide, it's a site plan. So it shows what they're proposing in addition to homes, recreation amenities, trails, 2 pocket parks. It'll be a very nice place to live, a very nice community for the new residents. This project is moving towards the public hearing process. So we hope to get that before our planning commissioners in the very near future. The next image shows 3 examples of the elevation that's being proposed for this project. A very beautiful development. Last but not least, in our downtown area, on the southwest corner of 3rd and C Street, just west of our senior apartments, it's an interesting site. The site itself is a city-owned parking lot. About 18 months ago, our city council approved what's called a purchase and sale agreement. That's it. An agreement to sell the property. What it requires is the buyer will develop. If we can progress to the next slide. It's called vertical mixed use. It'll be a 3-story total development. The first level, which is ground floor, will have a mix of public and private parking. The second and third levels will consist of 28 for-sale condominiums with a rooftop deck. So in the restaurant, you can go in, get the elevator, go to the top deck, have a drink, look at the sunset. The rest of the deck will be used as open space by the tenant, by the residents of those condominiums. This gives you an image of one of the prototype designs. We'll make sure that this building blends in well with downtown, so it picks up the historic character. Now, we hope that we're still at the design stage. We hope that this becomes a real project because, once again, we're getting people that will be downtown shopping and go to the restaurants, and that's a huge bonus for our downtown Upland area. So in summary, if we can go to the next slide, I just talked about the city's budget. It's very challenging, but we have to make sure that our revenues exceed our expenditures. It's a challenge every year, but it's an incredible staff that is working on doing that under the council direction. But I've also discussed retail businesses, how those businesses will bring sales tax to our city, which goes to the general fund, which pays for departments like police and fire, very important for the safety of our community. In addition, if you look at commercial properties, we're very fortunate as staff members because our city council, over a year ago, approved the ability for us to purchase computer software so that we would have the tools to do our job in a more effective, efficient way. So the software that would benefit my department, Public Works, and Fire will be up and running, hopefully within less than a year. And what that includes is the ability for us to accept plans electronically from developers, whether they're proposing a brand new shopping center or developing a tract of 318 homes. That can be a very expensive project to take winning plans, thousands and thousands of dollars. But now, in the future, they'll be able to email those to us electronically, saving time and saving money. And thirdly, with commercial projects, we want to continue to focus in the downtown. The City Council has approved virtually every year without change the recommendations of our Community Development Block Grant Committee. They take federal money and decide how to disperse it. And one of the programs that was approved by our City Council last year is a facade improvement program for our downtown. Free money, $30,000 to improve the building. And what's moving through the committee this year is to use more federal money for downtown to help us with business attraction, business retention, and business expansion. And that will be, if approved, a program that allows, will attract more restaurants to the downtown area, help them expand, help them do improvements using federal money. Not general fund, but federal money, which is always good. Lastly, just to wrap up, I hopefully described for you residential projects which are under construction or soon will be under construction. And what's interesting, the last fact that I'll leave with you, our general plan has identified that over the next 20 years, beyond all the residential projects that I described for you tonight, that we will see upwards 1,500 to 2,000 more units in our city of Upland. At that point in time, we shut down, we close the doors, no more residential development. But anyway, that's the maximum capacity that we truly anticipate for the city of Upland using our new general plan. So what's important to take away is there's a lot of development in the city. Developers want to build here, thankfully. We want to make the process as easy as possible. People want to live in the city of Upland. And our partnership with the Chamber of Commerce is so very vital that we want to continue working closely with you to do everything we can to incentivize businesses coming to our city. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time tonight and enjoy the rest of the night.
Thank you, Jeff. Absolutely fantastic information. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 6-7 minute break, freshen up. We're going to come back, and Dr. John Husing is going to present his financial report. So about 7-8 minutes, please.
About the same, but we'll I'll just manually tune it as we go. He'll turn it on, or we got to turn it on right now? I'll just go with the flow. I'll leave this on until we get until we get to the hospital. Okay, Dave.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I get you to please take your seats? We're going to continue our program. We are going to bring up before Harris William, CEO of San Antonio Regional Hospital, we're going to bring up Chief Brian Johnson and Chief Paul Segal. So please take your seats. We're going to bring them up together. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to introduce our next guest. We're going to have your attention, please. Mr. Harris William is the President and Chief Executive Officer at San Antonio Regional Hospital in Upland. Mr. William joined the hospital. Yes, go ahead. Mr. William joined the hospital in 2011 and is the sixth President and CEO in the history of the hospital. San Antonio has 271 beds and staff of over 500 physicians, 2,000 employees, and 300 volunteers. Wow! The hospital offers achieved patient care throughout the Inland Empire. Mr. Koenig has more than 35 years of comprehensive healthcare experience, including strategic development, healthcare policy, and hospital operation. He has served in several executive positions, has a strong orientation towards quality and patient safety, and has a reputation for for building programs and growing services. Mr. Koenig earned his Master of Health Administration from Washington University School of Medicine in St. Louis and has a Bachelor of Arts in Economics from George Mason College of the University of Virginia. He serves on several boards, including the Hospital Association of Southern California, the Convergence Inland Coalition, the Inland Empire Economic Partnership, and is a member of the Emergency Medical Care Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm applause for Mr. Harris Koenig. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have a few things to share with you this evening. Probably three topics. One relates to the use of 911 and ambulances. Another one I want to talk about is the impact of the Affordable Care Act. And then the last piece will be what all those things are doing at the hospital and what we're doing to respond to them. So one of the things that's going on as we look at the emergency medical system around the county and actually around the country is the use of 911, and about 20 to 40%, it depends on whose numbers you're looking at, those folks could actually be seen in an urgent care, and many of them might not even need to be in an ambulance. And it's one of those things that over time we've done great marketing to say when you're in trouble, dial 911 all the time. And it's gotten to the point now where people dial 911 and they're not thinking a little bit about what's going on all the time. So that's created a large increase in volume and use of the emergency rooms. That tied with the next topic, the Affordable Care Act. And its impact is also having an impact on emergency rooms in that we now have more people that are insured. The uninsured rate in this country has gone down substantively because of the expansion of Medicaid nationally and Medi-Cal in the state of California. The expansion moved people eligible to include the working poor, people at 100% of federal poverty level to 138% of poverty level. And those folks now have insurance cards, and they, like most people that are newly insured, whether you're newly insured with Kaiser or newly insured with Anthem or now you're newly insured with Medi-Cal, the studies show you're going to use that card a fair amount in the first 18 months. And so the folks are getting those cards, and many of them are used to going to the emergency room for their care anyway. And because there are not enough primary care doctors in the region, the number of physicians per thousand population is one of the lowest in the Inland Empire. I think we're tied. I think we'd be 51st if we were a state, tied with Arkansas. But it's the number of physicians that were blessed on the west side, but there are lots of areas in the Inland Empire that don't have enough physicians, and so people tend to use the ER even more. And then you add to that the pent-up demand from the recession that Dr. Husing probably would talk to you about. We have pent-up demand in lots of sectors of the economy, and healthcare is no different. People start to get confident that they have work and that they've got insurance, and then they think, well, the recession's kind of over, maybe now I'll get my knee fixed or my hip fixed or get something else fixed. And so there's an increased demand in that respect. So that leads me to San Antonio, and most hospitals across the country during this winter season have just been slammed. When you put those three waves on top of each other, those three factors, emergency rooms throughout the region and throughout the state for some of those key reasons are just overwhelmed, and San Antonio is among those. So for those of you all who have visited us lately, you've been in our emergency room, I want to apologize to you because while the care is excellent, we have such a great team and such great people that provide excellent service all the time, the accommodations might not be exactly what you would like or what we would like for you. And so we're very excited in 2016 that we will be opening our new emergency room in our new tower. And if you haven't been on a tour, you can call the foundation office, they'll give you a tour. The emergency room is 6 to 8 times the footprint with all private rooms and TVs in the rooms and those kinds of things. I was kind of overruled. I said, if someone's staying in an emergency room bed for so long to have TVs in, they're staying too long. But I was outvoted because as people are there, it's, sometimes they are having to wait for test results and things just to kind of take their mind off of what's bothering them on TV. But it's really spectacular, and the new tower, very importantly, gives us our third ICU and a whole other floor of heart monitor beds because we don't have enough room upstairs. The ER is like a living, breathing thing. If we don't have enough room upstairs, it kind of clogs it up at the entry point. So the hospital is going to run very efficiently once we open this up, and I'm just real pleased to tell you that we're finally going to get this thing done and get open so we can better serve the community. With regard to use of emergency rooms in 911, we're trying to do our part by opening urgent cares because there's a lot of things that are being done in an emergency room that could be done in an urgent care. So we're real pleased to open at Milliken and Foothill in our Rancho San Antonio building a new urgent care that's actually owned and operated by the hospital in partnership with our emergency medical physicians group. So the same care that you get in the ER, you can get in our urgent care in Rancho Cucamonga. You have the one that we have over in Fontana. And we've got plans to open one in Ontario and one in another place in Upland here in the near future. So stay tuned for that because if you have an ache or a pain and we've got some educational materials you'll be seeing over time, you might not need to go to the emergency room. You might be seeing a lot quicker and more comfortable surroundings in our urgent cares. The last thing I would mention is that we're really proud that the City of Hope has taken office space at our Rancho building. You all may not be aware, but the medical oncology group, the major medical oncology group in town, was purchased by City of Hope about a year ago, and they had their offices primarily at Grove and San Bernardino Road, and they needed a place to expand, and so we cleared out some space, had some vacant space, and we were able to accommodate them in our Rancho building. So we're really pleased to have the City of Hope be a major tenant, and hopefully over time we'll be able to work on our cancer program and strengthen that over time through that from that seed. So it's a really exciting time in healthcare. It's an exciting time at San Antonio Regional Hospital, and I'm real pleased to have had the opportunity to talk to you about a few of the things that are affecting the hospital. So thank you all very much, and have a nice evening.
Thank you, Harris. Okay, let me get a minute. Dr. John Husing is a research economist who has specialized in the study of Southern California's growing economy since 1964. For decades, he has produced city and county-specific economic development strategies for the region's local government. With his significant understanding of San Bernardino and Riverside counties, he assists the Inland Empire Economic Partnership as its chief economist. Dr. Husing's extensive study of the region has led to economic strategies that combine analytical work with extensive interviews with executives and entrepreneurs to understand the forces shaping Southern California. His firm, Economics and Policies, Inc., based in Redlands, has produced project-specific economic impact studies for transportation and water agencies, housing developers, environmental entities, and the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. In 2007, the Los Angeles Times listed him as one of the 100 people wielding the most influence over Southern California. Today, his prolific knowledge of the region and his political experience has him briefing business leaders and policymakers throughout California on the economic trends and issues relating to budgets, state initiatives, and public policy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. John Husing.
Whoa. Let me ask a question. Raise your hand if you think this year is going to be worse than last year. The same. Better. Thank you. That was my speech. It was nice being here. Okay, what I want to do is spend some time talking about the Inland Empire economy, where it is, why it's there. To start out, you really have to get the ocean of forces affecting us, which starts out with the U.S. economy. So here is a picture of job growth and job destruction over the last several years. You see the Great Recession, all those negative bars, we're losing jobs month by month. Then you see a couple of really tall bars. Don't get excited, that was hiring census workers. Then you see four negative bars, that was laying them back off again. Then you see growth for a very long period of time. That growth has been somewhat controversial because people say, oh, it's too slow. With all due respect, that is not the way to look at it. The way to look at it is we haven't grown so fast that we've done something incredibly stupid. And by not having done something incredibly stupid, it's really tough to see where the net recession is right now, which is very good news. When we look at the data, we lost 8.71 million jobs for the recession. We've now gained back 13.8 million jobs. So altogether, the economy now has in it 5.1 million jobs more than it did before the recession started. So the economy nationally is feeding us rather well. We look at a few of the metrics within the economy. This is oil prices, which of course shows up in gasoline, but it shows up on a lot of other things. Anything made out of oil, which our food supply, a lot of the fertilizer, anything that's plastic. All of those prices have sagged somewhat, and the consequence of that in an area that is not wealthy, and that is the Inland Empire, this has been helpful to us. It's like a tax cut to people who have to spend 100% of their income. Then there's my favorite chart. Any of you who know me at all know that I drink an enormous amount of really good wine. On a scale of 100, this is the value of the dollar. You can see way over on the left side up there, we were almost exactly at 100 back around 2000. Got really strong, and then it went down and down and down, and we ended up way down here. So the dollar at that point was quite weak. If you were doing any international travel, it was too expensive almost. Now what's happened is the dollar's gotten very strong because we really do have, again, the strongest economy on the planet. So it's up to that level. Now between those two, the dollar's gone up 28%. So what's that got to do with my wine habit? This is a bottle of my favorite wine called Montrachet. It is a French Burgundy. That bottle 2 years ago cost $4,000. So I said to my wife, I want a bottle of Montrachet. And she said, which one? She's my fourth wife. She was talking about Now, because the dollar has gotten so strong, the cost of that bottle is now down to just $28.78. She's still saying no, but that's, is anything we buy as Americans from the rest of the world on average is going down 28%. Now, if you're a manufacturer, that's bad, because everything you're selling to the rest of the world is 28% more expensive. So it tends to hurt exports and encourage imports. Southern California and the Inland Empire in particular, imports are a huge part of our economy. So this is actually helpful to us as a region. Then there is consumer confidence. You can see down there on the left, again, Neil, on a scale of 100, where was it? It was at 21.8. We were really depressed in 09. You all remember that. My wife and I were never invited to anybody's house because I came in with a black cloud. What happened is, you can see it's starting to work its way up. You'll notice as it works its way up, it goes up and it falls off. Then it goes up and it falls off. Then it goes up and it's heading up and it keeps falling off. Believe it or not, and this is not a joke, that is every time Congress went back in session. It fell off. It's still doing it. Except now we're over 100, so we are really feeling, as you just showed, relatively confident about the economy. So that is good news, and one of the things that should help is the housing market, which has been sort of the piece of our economy not operating very well. Then there is the stock market. A while ago, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, oh God, the stock market's going down, therefore the economy's going to fail. With all due respect, the stock market has predicted 9 of the last 5 recessions. It is not a good predictor of anything other than a very large casino that people are placing a lot of bets on. And of course now this is the S&P 500, it's back over 2,000, so we've kind of gotten over that particular thing. Those of you that are considering buying a house, I would tell you, it's now. Don't wait. Prices are going up, and interest rates are still almost at their all-time low for the most recent 15, 20 years. And so again, that encourages that sector. So looking at the national, we have a good set of forces affecting us, delivered to us by the national economy. Then there's the state of California. How's it doing? Well, you can see here that back in 1999, we were at 14.5 million jobs. We then go up to almost 16 million, and then we go right back down to where we were in 1999. We lost every job between 99 and 2010. Well, now it's taken off, and we are up to 16 million, almost 500,000. So the state is firing on all cylinders as well. If you look at how we got there, 15.8 was what we had before the recession. The recession peeled off 1,178,000 jobs. We then added back 1,000,008, so we're now at 16.4. Then we have 630,000 jobs more than we ever had in the history of the state. So the state's doing okay. That brings us then down to what I really want to talk about is what's going on around here. All right, this is the 1984-2016 chart, and you can see that in 2014 we added 55,968 jobs. I will tell you that that number in 2014 was second only to LA County. Who was behind us? Silicon Valley, San Francisco, Orange County, all created less than the Inland Empire. What about this year? Well, you can see we lost 140,000 in the recession. When I put that in, last year, 2015, we had 58,000 jobs. So again, how did we sit? We outdid San Francisco, we outdid Silicon Valley, we outdid Orange County. Only the Munster, LA County, added more jobs in this region. We have become, again, a job engine that is where we're going to. So as we sit here right now, we have 56,000 more jobs in the Inland Empire than we've ever had before. So we also have dug our way out of the hole. This year, it looks like about 48 or 49,000 will be added this year. If we look at those 4 years in a row, There is no period like that where we had 4 years that strong in a row. Never happened before, and that is without housing being a major part of the economy. So it is unusual for us to have been able to do that. Now, we do have an issue. The issue really has to do with high-end jobs. In the state of California, 17.8% of jobs created from the turnaround in 2011 through the end of last year were high-paying. That is 55,000 and above. In this area, it's only 2.1%. That's our great weakness. It is a weakness directly related to the quality of our labor force. We draw the kinds of jobs that are going to go along with the kind of labor that lives here. That's the bad news, but there's good news. If we look here, we're looking at K through 12 education, real estate, information sectors that are, and healthcare that are pretty good paying. 45 to 55,000 is the median, half above, half below. What you see is 16.3 here, 13.1 in the state. Then you get our real strength, which is in blue-collar technical jobs. The state only added 20.7% of their jobs in those sectors. This is California's policy discouraging logistics, manufacturing, and construction, the route out of poverty for large numbers of people. The state of California, quite frankly, at the state level, doesn't care about those kind of jobs at all. They basically put policies in place to kill those sectors' growth. And I'll show you some detail on that later. In our area, almost double, 39%. And then the real surprise, lower paying sectors in the state, 48.3%. Lower paying sectors here, 42.2%. So we are in better shape at the bottom end in terms of what we're creating than what the state is doing, and it's mostly because of the real strength in the blue-collar group. Now, there you see what happened this year. You can see LA County at 84, us at 58, 10,000 more than San Francisco, 12,000 more than Orange County, and 17,000 more than Silicon Valley. With all due respect to the people from the Bay Area who think they are the center of the universe, we are. Here you see what's happened to our unemployment rate. That blue line up there shows when we were way above the national average. We started out the last decade, right with the national average, shot way higher because housing was such a deal around here. And now we're down to where in the state it's nationally 5.3. That's the unadjusted rate because we don't adjust the stuff here seasonally. We're at 5.8, 5.3 nationally. We're only 0.5% above the national. So it's really working its way down to where we'd like it to be. Our biggest issue, quite frankly, as a region is poverty. 25% of our children are living in families on $2,000 or less a month for a family of 4. That is a terrible number. It is not as bad as what's in LA or in the Central Valley, but it is not good at all. In this particular community, much better shape, 17.3, it's below the Inland Empire by a lot, 25.4 versus 17.3. So Upland is doing well on that particular measure. When we look at all people, the region is at 18.2% of all people living below poverty. Here in Upland, it's 15.1. So again, you're really down in the south coastal area of the state in terms of where you sit, which is, again, good news for the city of Upland. When we look at the difficulties we face, one of them is just the sheer complexity of our population. You'll note in the Inland Empire, almost exactly half the population now is Hispanic. The rest of Southern California is 43. That's a complex region, but we're more complex. White non-Hispanic, they're identical at 33.9. African Americans, 6'8" here versus 5'8" in the region. And then the real difference is we have 6.7% of Asians and Pacific Islanders versus 14 for the rest of Southern California, but that population is starting to migrate inland. When we look at Upland, what do we see? Hispanic, 36%, much less than the region. White, non-Hispanic, 44%, much different than the region again. African American, 5%, and Asian, 13%, very reflective of that move, which is coming geographically into the West End before it was anywhere else. Now, there's a test. If you don't pass the test, you're kicked out of the team. That is, how does the local economy operate? What is it you should be looking at if you're doing economic development? The answer is, if you think of a old Clint Eastwood movie, what did you see there? They dig up gold. There's nothing going on, so you've got gold, you can't do anything with it, so you ship it away and you get money. So the money comes into the economy, and now the gold miners have the ability to buy stuff. Because the gold miners are there with money, you end up with the need for food and tools, so you have a general store. Nobody works in a general store if the miners go away. The key is in the left corner, not in the top. What else do miners need? Well, they need entertainment. So you have the saloon. No one works at the saloon if, in fact, the miners go away. They have other needs, but I'm told by my wife to leave that. So now, what are the gold mines for the Inland Empire? What drives this economy? Number one, first and foremost, very sophisticated warehousing. Second of all, the whole medical, whether it's in hospitals or dental offices or psychologists or psychiatrists, whatever. Third, construction, but really it hasn't been residential, it's been infrastructure and large facilities. Fourth, manufacturing, particularly along the 10 corridor, east of you in Rancho going on into Fontana. And then we have some high-end companies breaking into our area. This is a company called SigmaNet. I'll talk a little bit about it in a minute. But this is higher-end work, which is our missing piece. And this is a key thing that we need to be adding. And that then gives you the sophisticated secondary tier. And you notice we don't have a lot of hookers in that particular part. One of the things that's in my resume you didn't hear, I used to run a casino in Nevada. And I was in the cow counties and I was a former college professor running a casino. Well, prostitution was legal in that particular county. So you have to imagine developing my strategy working with the town map was a little different. Okay, here is our major economic challenge. Our major economic challenge is the education of our labor force. 47.1% in this county, 45.7% in Riverside, high school or less. That population is barely qualified to work in the modern economy. That is a huge issue for us. It is why blue-collar and technical jobs have been so important to our job growth. No, it's much stronger in the city of Upland. It's 33%, not almost half, and it's really down in where you see in the coastal counties. This is one of the cities where high-end, in fact, is a possibility because you're competitive for that particular kind of work in terms of your labor force. Now, looking then at the corner, those strong sectors that bring in the money, number one is Harris Cumming and his friends working in healthcare. Now, what do we see there? Between 2011 and 2015, that was 12% of our job growth. It was a total of 22,967 jobs in those growth years. So a major sector for us. Median pay, just under $55,000. So this delivers enough income to put people in the middle class. And that's kind of what you're looking for, sectors that can do that. This is, and Harris talked about it, this is our problem in healthcare generally. Those red bars are the number of people per healthcare worker in the Inland Empire. 34.6 in 2015. What's the state average? 27.3. So we have 26.6% more people per healthcare worker. We are understaffed. We need to grow that. So this will be a growing sector for us. Our problem is educating people for all of those various jobs. And there is a ton of them that aren't doctors and nurses, but all the technicians that do everything from MRI, EKG, etc. Then we have our primary driving sector, which is this very sophisticated warehousing operation. Look at that, you don't see a lot of people. There's a lot of people working in this sector, but the amount of tools and equipment they're working with is increasing, so they're becoming more sophisticated jobs and paying better as a result. Part of this is driven by the fact that we're on the West Coast. I hate the California legislature. I'm a nonpartisan. I have no party. I hate everybody. Now, however, the state legislature did one thing absolutely right. They put California on the West Coast. And what do you see? The yellow, the red bars up here are imported 20-foot equivalent containers. When you see a train going down the freeway, those long containers are 40 feet. You'll sometimes see two smaller ones underneath. That's what the standard used to be. That's how we measure. We had 8.2 million of those back in 06. In 07, it dropped off a little to 8.0. Then it crashed in the recession. We're back in the last 2 years at 7.8. So it's very strong again. This year we're coming in much stronger than either of those 2 years. We have an advertisement for the Air Force coming through. Whoops, sorry. On the bottom, what you see up here, is exports. Now what do you see going on with exports? It grows up to 3.6 million, which is a record, but then you see it fall off dramatically in 2015. What's that all about? That is the dollar getting strong. There's your proof of what I was talking about earlier. But what do we do in this region? We process imports. So this is a huge driver. Now, question. Who in here did not buy something online for Christmas last December? Raise your hand. About 6 of you have lost your American citizenship. Whether it's Amazon or it's Home Depot or whoever, Kmart, whatever. That buying online is now driving the Inland Empire economy, because it's not going to stores anymore, it's going online, and you need a facility to process that and bring it to you. Those facilities, 750,000 square feet, up to over 1 million. Where do you locate them? Here, in the Inland Empire. Why? There's nowhere else with the room. So they're coming here, and they are job generators, because there's a lot more jobs per square foot in a fulfillment center than there is in other forms of warehousing. How fast is e-commerce growing? 15% compounded. How would you like your 401k to grow 15% compounded? Just almost an automatic pilot. So what you see here is an enormous amount of absorption of space. You can see the peak up there was at 48 million. That was when the Chinese trade took off. And we had a lot of vacancy, and we filled it all in a hurry. Then it falls off as we run out of space, goes down to about where that red line is at around 20 million square feet, dives with the recession, comes back, ran out of space again, fell off, and now it's back at 23.1 million square feet of space. An enormous amount in 1 year. Who is second place in the United States? Who cares? It is so far behind us, it doesn't count. We are the generator for that kind of stuff in the United States. Why? Because 40% of U.S. imports come in through LA and Long Beach harbors. With a lot of that ending up out here, now you add e-commerce. Interestingly enough, in December, we had 20.7 million square feet under construction. So in a year, we chewed up 23%, or 23 million. We only built another 20. The vacancy rate as a consequence is going down. Prices of the space are starting to go up. When you look at that 20 million, it is only 80% of all of the space created in Southern California. So, who's in second place? Again, who cares? In one case, we can look at LA County and laugh, as we have almost 8 times as much going on as LA does in that particular field. Because, again, there's no space left. So we see the vacancy rate all the way down at 3.6%. It's 3.9 here in Upland, so Upland, and this is pretty much right at the regional average. And you can see here that the cost of the space is not quite back to the record, but it's darn close and it will exceed that. And of course, for cities, that's property tax, because assessed valuation goes up along with that. So here's what it did to us. From 2011 to 2015, that is 23% of all our direct job growth. I mean, look at number 2 and 3 up there. I mean, add them together to get what's going on in logistics. Powerful, powerful sector. What does it pay? $45,000 is the middle income. Half make more, half make less. But what's interesting, if you look at the occupations, there's 155 of them. And you look at the number of people in the occupations, 83% of the people in this field are in occupations requiring high school or less, which put 33% over that $45,000 figure. This is a route to the middle class in the Inland Empire, given our poverty issue here, incredibly important. Permit valuations, it's not moving very much. Why isn't it moving very strong? It's back to the 1999 level, but that doesn't include inflation. So it really is not doing very well, and this again is because residential is not a major part. One of the key indicators here, and one that you hear a lot about, is air quality. And if you read me in the newspaper, you'll find out that every environmentalist on the world hates me, because I happen to think it's important to create jobs to get people to the middle class. But this is kind of what's going on in air quality in our region. Back in 2001, the worst spot for air quality was on the 60 freeway, Rubidoux across to Riverside. 120 days over the federal standard. Where are we now? In 2014, the most recent number, 5.3. Now, how do we get from 120 to 5.3 when we added over 200 million square feet of occupied buildings drawn trucks? And the answer is technology. The engines are changing. We are cleaning them up. The question is not, should we in fact clean up the air? Obviously, we should ever more. The issue is how fast and at what price in terms of job creation. And that balance is a place where we've gotten, I would suggest, out of kilter, and that's why a lot of the controversy see me involved in. Now, then there is manufacturing. Fisker, which is the new competitor for Tesla, is going to be manufacturing, and they changed the name of the company now, but they're going to be manufacturing in Moreno Valley. Manufacturing is still an important part of our economy in this area. But this is the problem we face as a state. Between 2010 January and January 2016, the United States created 883,000 manufacturing jobs. It's not like we haven't been creating manufacturing, we are. But California only created 47,000, which was only 5.4% of the national growth. Why? California economic policy. To show that, take a look at this chart. That's the cost of industrial energy, electrical energy for a manufacturer here in California. The second most expensive state west of the Mississippi, Nevada. We're at 1330, it's at 928. What's the difference? 43.3% more expensive than Nevada. You're going to compete, say, with Arizona. We're 90.8% higher than Arizona. This is with a 33% requirement on renewables. We're now taking that to 50 based on what research? None. Somebody said, oh, we did 33, let's do 50. What's the unintended consequence? Manufacturers don't want to come here. It's too expensive. Down the street, you've got California Steel. On January 1st, they're already in the neighborhood of $50 million, too much cost to any of their competitors as a consequence of these kinds of numbers. So the companies are just not going to come here if they can avoid it. And these are surveys done on the left. What do we say when we talk to CEOs across the country? What do you think of California? 50th. Then we talk to small businesses. What do you think of California's environment for business? 50th. 50th is not best. Still, we added in the Inland Empire 10,000 jobs in this particular field because we have an unusually strong environment for it here. We land on the roof. The sector pays just under 50,000, very strong. Now, finally, we have construction. This was when the Skechers building in Moreno Valley was under construction. You go on the 60 freeway, it's the largest building of its kind in the United States. It is 1,800,000 square feet, 50 feet tall, and no one works inside. The whole thing is a gigantic machine. It's totally robotic. There are 600 people working there, care and feeding the technology, which is why the jobs are going to be better paid. Now, if we look at housing, here's what we see. First of all, notices of default are down to about 1,000. They were at almost 13,000 in 1 month. That's down to 1,000 a month. So that's gone down dramatically. Then we see houses underwater. Look at the beginning over there, 54.9. Over half the houses in the Inland Empire could not be sold at the end of 2009 because if you sold it, you couldn't retire your mortgage. You still have more money you would owe. Well, it's all the way down now to 11.4 as of September. By now it's down farther, so it's getting much better. So you're seeing the market start to right itself. And you see this in price. We peaked at 389 as a median, half above, half below. Dropped to 155, that was 60% down. It's now back 83% from the low at 284, 853. It's not all the way back yet. It's still 26% below the peak, but we don't have to get back to the peak. Why? Because if you look at between those two lines, that blip at the top that looks like the top of your thumb, those are the people who bought houses between what? 2005 and the middle of 2007 with all crazy financing. Most of those houses are gone. They've been lost and somebody else owns them. So the price is pretty much back to where it needs to be. This is what you see in Upland when we look at existing homes. They peaked at 582, way above the region. Dropped to 334, double what the low was in the region. It's back to 489, and it's only 16% below the peak. So the city, in its existing home market, is very strong. When we look at what's going on in terms of competitiveness, San Bernardino County's middle priced house, $275. Riverside, $324, and then you see the coastal counties, $514, $526, and $703. This is what you save if you move to San Bernardino County for the middle priced house. You'll notice compared to Orange County, you only save $428,000. I mean, why do people migrate? Because of that chart. That's what you save going into Riverside from 190 to 379. Middle priced house, however, in this city, for new and existing together, 484. So you're just under LA about 30 or 40,000. So the city is one of those high-end cities as a consequence of that. In terms of affordability, where do people live? They live when they can afford to live. They buy what they can afford to buy. Perfect is 50-50. Half the people can afford half the house. Where are we in the Inland Empire? 45, 55, a little below that even spot. But look at the right-hand numbers. LA, 73% can't afford the middle price house at that 500,000 plus number. In San Diego, 75%. And then in Orange County, the highest income county in Southern California, 79% can't afford the middle price house. That's who's going to be coming into those projects that we're talking about here in Upland a while ago. One of the things that we haven't seen is a big move in the amount of sales. Anybody in here that's in the real estate business knows what I'm talking about. Just simply there hasn't been enough product for sale. The FICO scores are still too high. You've got a whole set of issues. You have the millennials that are fighting their student debt. There's a bunch of issues in the market. So we're hoping to see that corrected more this year, moved a little last year. Existing home sales in Upland, actually Upland did much better than the region as a whole. In 2015, it was at 774 units, which is quite strong. And actually, it was better than anything until you get back to the crazy time. And that was then, of course, without crazy mortgages in 2015. New home sales, however, haven't been a lot because the city's been relatively built out, except for what you're seeing now in new projects coming up. One of the strange things then that isn't happening are the red bars. The red bars are people leaving the coast and coming into it. And you can see there's 90,000 in 03, 90,000 in 04, 74,000 in 05, 66,000 in 06. Then we get since the 08, and what do you see? Altogether, we had a net loss of 10,000 people. Now, that's not a lot. It's an average over 8 years of 1,280 a year, but people are not migrating yet, bringing their income, bringing their education, bringing their wealth, and bringing their spending. So that has been a missing piece for us, largely because housing really hasn't gotten going yet. Construction, on the other hand, has done well, mostly from large projects, both in the industrial, the retail, and the infrastructure field. It's a sector that pays very well. That will go down as residential becomes a bigger part of it, because this is mostly people working with heavy equipment. Assessed valuation, you heard the city talking about it. You see the peak for the two counties was $419 billion. Went down, got back to 422, so barely over it. The bad news is inflation in that period of time, it was up 0.8%, but inflation's 8.6%, and the purchasing power was weaker. San Bernardino was up 2.8%, Riverside off 0.8%, so this county is done a little better than the other one. When we look at Upland, however, it's up 18.9%. So it has outdone inflation of 18.6% since its peak. And that's what you saw in the city budget numbers. They're looking much better. Now the high paying thing. What we need here are entrepreneurs to come here and start business. Here are 3 examples: Jack Benjamin in Redlands, Esri, 2,000 programmers, and 1/3 the entire world market of GIS. He invented it in his garage. Bourne's Electronics in Riverside, another example of high-end. Ahmad Abdel Al-Khatib started a company that has a very unique labor force. They can do 2 things. They completely understand programming, and they actually speak English. What they do is they work with entrepreneurs and businesses to say, here's the technology, and this is how you could be using it. And the consequence of that is business is growing like mad. He started it over in Diamond Bar, moved over here to the Inland Empire, and is growing like a weed. And I really like Ahmad because I think he's going to hire my grandson who actually can do those 2 things. Now, these are the high-end houses of the West End. You can see it essentially as an arc from Rancho Cucamonga around to Corona. Every one of those prices is well over $400,000. I included Claremont there in the list. This is where people are migrating and bringing their skills because they're college educated to a large extent. Otherwise, they couldn't afford these homes. You have a parallel circumstance, not quite as strong in Marietta and Temecula. And then you have an oddity in Loma Linda and Redlands because of the University of Redlands, Loma Linda University Medical Center, and Esri. But those are the spots where you can expect to see high-end workers migrating. Riverside is just a little bit below all of that and has some areas, but as a whole, the city is not quite up to that level. Now, these are the cities that can compete on a labor force basis with what's going on in the coastal county. You can see Orange, 45.8% have associates or higher degrees. In San Diego, it's 45.6%. Above that, Loma Linda, Chino Hills, and Eastvale. Below that, Temecula, Redlands, Rancho, Upland, and Marietta. Where the heck did I put, you're in there. I left you out.
Below Rancho.
I apologize. So Redlands and Loma Linda, that's that. There is the Western Inland Empire, and you're in there. I just can't see where it is.
39.6.
And there's Temecula and Marietta. Okay. I get enough on that part of my speech. All right, now, these are the sectors that are high end. The whole group of them only grew 3.6. So not doing very well in this region. We needed to do a lot better. What do they pay? $65,000 plus. We'd like a lot more of that work here. And it's going to be in Upland. It's going to be in Rancho. It's going to be in Eastvale. It's going to be around here that you're going to compete for that. This is what's going on in the office market. It soared and crashed. And now it's coming back, but not as strong. Why isn't it coming back? Part of the reason is technology. We're doing so many of our professional service work online, you don't need the offices that you used to need in the past, and that's really sort of dampened this particular market. The vacancy rate peaked at 24, it's back to 15, it was down at 7. When it was at 7, it was the lowest vacancy rate in the United States in a suburban area other than Bozeman, Montana, and Bakersfield, California. So we were really in good shape, but it really got killed by the recession. Oh, sorry, in the city, it is at 13.6. Finally, in the top half of the economy, that secondary tier, which is where we see retail, it peaked in the two counties at $61 billion. In 2015, it was up at 68.8. For the two-county area, it's up 12.6. But between the two peaks, inflation was 16.1. What happened in the city, in the two counties? San Bernardino again stronger than Riverside. Upland not quite as strong on the retail side, clearly as it was in the growth that we saw take place with the other. These are all of the lower paying sectors now. 44% of our job growth, which sounds like a lot, but 50-50 is about what you expect. So we have a disproportionately small part of our economy in these lower paying sectors, but they're under 30 grand. Two of these do not take a family to the middle class. Then you have government, which has shrunk. You heard the staff has shrunk here and Upland, it's everywhere. It started to turn around a little bit in 2015. It was a little bit positive. So far this year, it's showing up that way. Good paying jobs, because most everyone got a bachelor's degree. So looking ahead, and finally, what do we see? First of all, we're a job engine again. We were the state's job engine before the recession. We're back, we were even out doing LA County for a good part of the last decade. Second, construction's coming back, though residential is still weak. Third, manufacturing is going to be under pressure because of the value of the dollar. Next, logistics is going to stay strong, really for the foreseeable future, as long as we've got the ground, and as long as it doesn't get shut down by regulation. Healthcare should expand because we're understaffed. Office growth is an issue given what's going on with e-commerce and the way all that's changing lower paying jobs, smaller per share than most areas, which is good news. I think labor availability may become an issue because the unemployment rate's getting down. So the available labor force that's available to hire is not as qualified as a lot of the jobs that people are looking to fill. The forecast for this year, 3.6 to 4.0. My instinct is probably closer to the 3.6 because we've had so much growth in the last few years. This is my website. This presentation is going to be on there on Thursday. Please, if it be useful to your business, download it, use it as you will, and it's a great pleasure to have been here this evening.
Fantastic. All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about a little Q&A? Any questions for John Husing?
Yes.
John, you always say we are where the dirt is. You didn't say that today.
I didn't say it because we're starting to run out of dirt. If you look at here in the West End, there's a little bit left in Rancho, a small amount left in Chino. Ontario's pretty well built out now. Fontana's built out. Redlands, Rialto has some around the airport that they're closing. You get over to San Bernardino, there's a little
I get the best view.
Oh yeah, that's true. So what's left is really Merino Valley and Paris before you get up to the desert. So that isn't there in the way that it was. On the other hand, we've still got quite a bit to go. Another question. Yes, sir.
With regards to homelessness, the state has released some numbers talking about just home fullness, people that have homes, and that we are dramatically undercovered in terms of homes. There's some estimates I've heard we need to be building like 220,000 units a year, and we're at 40 or whatever it is. Can you comment on what you think might be holding back the necessary home residential construction growth that we apparently need to see? Thank you.
Absolutely. I am a strong believer that the California Environmental Quality Act has become the let's hold them up until they run out of money act. And what you see is every time a project is proposed, you're guaranteed you're going to go to court. And they're going to hold you up as long as they can possibly hold you up. One of the odd changes or odd effects of that has been it's particularly prevalent in the coastal counties. LA, Orange, San Diego, Santa Barbara, Ventura, all the way up through the Bay Area. And the result of that is one of the reasons prices are so high there. Because you're not building supply, so prices go sky high. What that has done to us, it has basically said to the marginally educated and by definition poorer population, thou shalt migrate inland. Because that's the only place you can find affordable housing. Whether it's in Fresno and Modesto and places like that, or here in the Inland Empire. And it's a direct result of the unwillingness of the California legislature to take on the abuses of CEQA. CEQA has its purposes, but it's been used in something entirely different. And I think that's the major reason. Another question. Let's hear it.
Over the last few years, I've seen a lot of influx of Chinese monies.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering how that's going to impact our area. I've seen a lot happening in the Inland Empire.
One of the things you're seeing with Chinese investment or Asian investment in general is a propeller for our economy. Because what you're finding is families will send a member of the family here. They will open a business here. They already understand international trade and ways that a lot of our businesses go. So as a consequence, I think it's one of the vital parts of our economy. In addition to that, the Asian population, as everybody I think knows, because of the value systems within it, has tended to be a real driver to the high-end labor force, which is something that we need. So personally, I think it's been a good in just about everywhere you can look at. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much.
Thank you, John. All right. Great information. Wow. ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring up your board of director, Mr. Terry Shepherd. Thank you.
First of all, I used to think I was a decent speaker until I had to follow John music. That's stupid. I love you too.
You're a great singer.
I truly want to thank everybody, Dr. John Husing, for coming out tonight and supporting this event. It's really important that we give back to our community, our businesses. Bob Cable, thank you for making this. First of all, it's beautiful. I actually went out and saw the sunset. You were right, it's the best. But I want to thank everybody for attending. I want to remind everybody that we have Gourmet Golf April 21st. You can see Terry if you want to sponsor or participate. It's an amazing event. If you've never done it, Lisa and I are sponsoring hole number 1. Is that right, Lisa? Yeah. So you come out and talk with us, and I think Cheryl Bailey, I don't see her, but she's sponsoring hole 10. Ours is sponsoring. It's a fantastic event. Even if you don't golf, come out and have a good time. That is sponsored by Mountain View Chevrolet, and there are flyers on that table. Other than that, I want to thank the city, the council for participating and being a part of this event. We appreciate your support, and I'm going to start to talk to Mr. Craver about possible next year. Love you all. You guys have a fantastic evening. Thanks for coming out and supporting. Take care.
I don't know. I just want to give it in good hands.
Where'd you put the mic's up there? Okay.
I'll bring the mic. Great job, man, keeping all that going. And were you switching the screens? Or
No,
they're
well,
doing
just
it
a
up
couple
there?
of them. He was doing his own with the clicker.
Yeah.
But then when we had one of the city guys, I kind of like bumped it around a little for him.
Cool.
Other than that, they handled it pretty well.
Excellent job, sir.
Yeah, we have a little feedback.
Yeah,
Because I didn't know where his level was,
And you went a little too high.
You did spectacular. You are fired all future events.
You did a great job.
Well, I have it turned over. That's probably plenty loud.
believe it or not,